This? Yeah, do we have sound? Hello, good morning. Hello, Labinox. How are you doing today? Yeah, I don't know what happened. I guess I didn't test the microphone before we started. I was like, oh yeah, sure. I plugged it in last night. I made sure all the wires were going. I'm sure we're fine. And then, yeah. Oh no, lots of people in your company fired because of AI. Interesting. What type of jobs are AI actually taking over in there? Like a lot of the companies that I've heard of like attempting to do that have like either reversed or are like not doing well because like customer support or other things not working out. Docs officer, junior interns, okay. That makes a lot of sense. Those are things that are easily replaced by AI. And some of the QA team, interesting. Technical QA or like engineering QA or manual QA? I would imagine that manual QA is definitely they've been a risk since before AI because there's a lot of tools that replace all of that. But yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry about that. Hopefully they can find new positions or skill into different positions that are a little bit safer for right now. All right, so what is today's plan? Today's plan is to oh, Ved, hello, how are you doing today? They're already working at smaller company. Oh, so they already got jobs? Excellent. That's great to hear. It's always nice to hear people who something bad like this happens to them and then they're immediately able to get jobs at other companies. Ved, you're doing great. Awesome. That's really good to hear. So today we're continuing to work on the LMS and to implement features and other things. I reset our done. We had done two things last Tuesday. We are in the progress of working on mobile UI ticket, which is a pretty big rewrite of our styling essentially for mobile because there was no thought that I put into this when I first designed it. So now it's like, okay, thought time. We have to do thought because more people than I expected are using mobile for this, which is like, okay, I can actually see that now. Now that I think about it, it's like, okay, I can see that. You work at a big company, CEO is dub smash about AI. So I have a theory. I have a theory that in the end, engineers who utilize AI are going to be replacing all of those people that are claiming that engineers will be replaced by AI. I have no like evidence for this theory, but it's my thought process is engineers we're really good at adapting, at learning, at improving, at exploring new technologies, and AI is just a new technology for us to use. And if we play our cards right, we might be able to come out on top. Mainly as the users of AI. Will our jobs be the same as we are right now? Probably not. But will we be able to like still be employed and doing stuff, even if it's self-employed to make money? Yeah, maybe. Maybe we'll like fracture and we won't have giant companies anymore, and we'll have just a ton of really small companies. Who knows? We'll see. Okay, so we have a couple things in inbox that we should probably verify. So as a learner using mobile Safari and Reader View, I want to mark an article complete. I have no idea if this is possible, but this was requested from blah because everything was just working. Now, maybe we don't need to use this in Reader View, so this is a pretty low priority one. But this would like include research into like how reader view really works, because I don't actually know. I've barely even used it, even though I have Apple devices. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'll mark this. It's going to be an LMS. It is technically an enhancement, but this is going into just normal backlog. Third floor draft. Hello. How are you doing today? AI. Well, I got some magic beans. They will solve everything easily. Don't worry. Technically, people not required. I swear. What day is it again? I know. We've been doing this for a long time. And every time in history that we've had a technology that displaces a lot of jobs, which has happened many times, usually more jobs open up. The problem usually ends up being that the jobs that open up aren't of the same skill level as the people who got displaced. So if you lose your job to AI, it will be harder to find a new job doing exactly the same thing of what you've done. But maybe if we skill up and like we continue growing, it's sort of like surfing on a wave, right? You have to paddle to catch up to it, and then you can catch the wave and then travel with it, and then you can grow and like you get even more skillable that way. Stacking, hello. How are you doing today? Read the announcement as Ruby web development and was pretty confused at first. I'll blame on holiday Monday. Yeah, it is a holiday Monday here in the US. It is Easter observed, which I don't celebrate, but I know a lot of people do. A lot of people over here celebrate as a hey, we don't have to work day, which is awesome. Out of curiosity, is today a holiday in many other countries too? In the US, we get like, okay, so there's 10 federal holidays, and then many companies add like a couple more. So like you get, I don't know, up to 14 days off per year, maybe. Okay, so it is in Nepal. Interesting. Ruby is awesome. I've used Ruby a little bit, but I've never really like made anything Ruby. I've just sort of like updated things that were built in Ruby. All right, let's take a look at this ticket. So this one is a little bit worse. So I had set up a verify email account, and I maybe have been just a little bit overzealous with the sending of the emails, because apparently I'm sending out every time somebody attempts to log in, whether or not it's successful, whether or not they are verified or not. So this is kind of it's kind of a thing. So I'm going to convert that. I guess this might not be an issue because it's not like code for the LMS. So I'm going to leave that out of an issue. This needs to go to ready current stage, and I would almost argue that this is a like, hey, I need to take care of this now, so I don't start getting, don't have to pay a lot of money per month. You only work 9 months in a year. Oh, that's so much better than we have here. It's I watched a few of those like Europeans react, or somebody like reacts in like, about life in America type things over the last week. And it is quite interesting how like everything's like, oh man, that is really awesome in America, until they get to like, oh, you get like 10 days off per year and like 2-week vacations after you work there for 4 years. Oh, yeah, that sucks. And it's like, yeah, it does suck. And anything like 3 months off feels, I don't know how I'd feel about that, because I've been so indoctrinated into the work forever mode of America. Am I using Auth0 service or Castor. I haven't actually heard of Castor. I am using Auth0 for this, and I'm currently on the free tier for it. I haven't needed to go up on top of it. The low tier is pretty good. I think it's only when it gets like the really expensive stuff, like the really, like you have a ton of things you need to do, that it becomes really expensive. I'm also using Hasura in combination with Auth0, which also works extremely well. Every year you get like 20 days holidays. It's mandated federal holiday. Nice. That's also why most Europeans call it holiday, because they literally go away for 3 months. Yeah. You get like 3x if you work. Are you allowed? So do you choose to work, or is it more of like, oh, hey, this store, we're going on holiday, but like we kind of want to keep on selling stuff. So like you're going to work, but we'll pay you at 3x. Or can you just say like, yeah, I want money. I'm going to work 3x. Some people work. Okay, not you. Nice. With that type of thing, it'd be fairly, like you could do a full project in 3 months. So like if you wanted to spend it on upskilling yourself, then you could do all sorts of cool things with 3 months of time. Ire, hello. How are you doing today? We are working on the LMS today, and which is a web development in Rust and Vue. And although the first thing I'm going to do is sort of kind of off stream, because I'm going to be working on Auth0 stuff over here. Everything in Rust. Yeah, that you get it. Okay, so log in. Okay, you watch my videos pretty much for reference for Actix. Interesting. So which videos did you watch for reference for Actix? I did do some streams, and I think I have some VODs for Actix a long time ago, but that was back before 1.0 even released, and they're on like 3 now, right? You know what I should do? I should take this code over here and throw it into an actual repo, which I don't think I did. So that's it's called like Auth0 actions. Let's see, I can git init you. I can, this is, what am I calling this one? This one is, require verified email. They have to be JavaScript, which is fun. Okay, you're trying to make an IP country service and sell it like 10 times cheaper. Like IP to country? I guess I don't really understand IP to country. Like IP addresses to country, but that's like a VPN? Oh, like ipinfo.io? Oh, I've never used ipinfo.io. I bet if I open that here, it will like spill my IP address. And yeah, it definitely would. Okay, so trusted source for IP address data. Oh yeah, okay, that's cool. That sounds like a good cool. Yeah, I opened it up in my other window so nobody can see it. Oh, how about sharing Zellage configs? Yes. So I couldn't figure out how to have Restream do a bot type thing, like a response bot. I couldn't figure out how to set that up, which is really unfortunate. Because I do have that command on Twitch, so Twitch can do it, but not here. So let me go find it really quickly. I think this is my most, oh wait. Okay, so hold on. Also, I need to go to the right chat because that is on that computer up there, which I can't copy and paste between. So open up you. There. All right. That is, I believe, my most recent Zellage config. And if you just go to the same repo, I have like Alacrity config and Helix config in there too. I need to redo I just redid my Alacrity config, and I need to redo my Helix config because they just did another update, and apparently I need to redo my settings and the config. I've been needing to do the config for a while now because all it supports right now is Rust dev, not web dev, but I can totally make it work with web dev easily. Oh yeah, I don't have a dot files. I couldn't figure out how to. Oh, use Synergy. I've heard about that. That's mouse though. That's not copy and. Oh, it supports copy and paste. Oh, okay. So hold on. Let me check out Synergy for using mouse keyboard between C and Mac. All right. There's a free version on GitHub. Don't buy it. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I think I had asked CJ at Coding Garden what he used a long time ago, and I think he probably told me Synergy. I forgot what he had said because I immediately didn't do anything with that information. So maybe this time I will. But okay, so here we're doing some web dev. We don't have any help from an LMS because I haven't configured that for Helix. So this is some middleware that runs inside of Auth0, and I get to basically choose where it runs. So right now I have this run before anything else happens. Before it creates like a token for Hasura, before it does anything else, when you attempt to log in and you give it the correct username and password, it then runs this function on execute post login. And so it comes in here. An event has information about the user and what is happening. So like the login and Auth0 and like the state of that stuff. And the API is a injected object that has a bunch of functions that we can use to do things. Like for example here, event user email verified. I'm attempting to say, hey, if you're not verified, deny you. And then I send the verification email. I wonder where my problem is. This is JavaScript, yes. So this is required. It's required that you have to use JavaScript, and you have like a couple different engine choices, although the latest LTS is always recommended. Although I think they're always like a little bit behind. I think right now they're on node 18, which is 20 is the latest LTS. 18 is still supported, but I don't know for how much longer. Okay, so you learned that from CJ too. Nice. Okay, so I see my problem. I have my if statement. Okay, so if we're not verified, deny them. Okay, and then no matter what, also send the verification email. Yeah, let's put that there. This is all I need. So what I can do is I can copy you. Also, why not do it from scratch, the two-factor email? There's a lot of reasons not to do it from scratch. I want to use a system that properly knows and does email, so I can't get like blacklisted. I don't want to have to set up all the DMARC stuff and everything else. If I need to still, like, at least there's a lot less stuff that I need to set up myself for it. So that's the plan. Okay. Hey, Zilby, you wanna? Zilby really likes to, like, when I lean back like this, so he can come lie and stare at my face. Yeah, I'm using SendGrid. So basically, okay, you wanna, if you're gonna sit there, does it matter if I'm sitting up? Hi. I don't. What are you using Auth0 for then? Auth0. Okay, so Auth0 is used for usernames, passwords, authentication, things like that. Oh, are you done with me? Okay, so he's done with me, which means it's cat time. Yeah, so I'm using Auth0 for the, like, that stores personal information, username, password, email address. Although I do copy the email address into my database too. I then I'm using SendGrid as an injector into Auth0, so it uses Auth0 for me. It has its own email system, but it's only for dev only. It's not good for production. There's no guarantee it's going to send the emails. And then something else, I guess. Oh, and then also just like for free, it works across multiple services, and I don't have to do anything else. Like, I certainly wouldn't recommend anybody doing self-rolled auth unless you're like a much larger organization. Auth0 has data leaks every 2 years. I mean, yeah, but like, so does everything else though. So I don't know. I disagree that I shouldn't use something like Auth0 in production. I think it's fine. The other thing is, like, I'm not collecting anything in Auth0 that really matters that much. Let's see, Ludic, hello, how are you doing today? Someone use GMS2? No, it's C, Java. Oh, this is JavaScript. Sorry. It's not any of the really cool languages. It's just JavaScript. But okay, so I wanted to take you, copy you, throw you into here, and deploy you. And okay, that's up to date, which means I should be able to log in. Okay, so I could do 2 experiments now. I guess 1 experiment 2 times. I want to create it, sign up with a new account. So okay, so we've sent you an email with the verification link. I immediately forgot what username I used. So I need to go look that up in the database. Boyamper, hello, how are you doing today? You're about to learn Java as soon at Free Code Camp, working on your HTML CSS cert right now. Nice, excellent. I don't necessarily agree that like Free Code Camp is bad. I don't really know of any good code camps anymore. The last ones that I would recommend have shut down. So like any of the systems that like work for people, just do like whatever it is. And it's all going to be about networking and finding new people to work with and train with and practice with. And Code Camp can help with that. I don't agree that CS50 actually gives you everything you need. I think that CS50 is a great supplement. I think that that you could do both together, but we need way more of a network of people than anything else. Baker, hello, how are you doing today? We are working on an LMS, learning management system, which is a custom web application that we built. It's written in Rust and Vue. Although right now we're testing a feature in Auth0, which requires us to write in JavaScript. So that's fun. Okay, so I have you. The name was so long that the web interface concatenated it, which didn't help. Okay, so come here. I got the email twice. So the first time I sent it twice, which is interesting. But I verified the account. Okay, so I have this in here twice. Now, if I go ahead and log in again here, and so I should actually be able to fully log in. That's fine. We come back to here. I hit refresh, and yeah, I haven't received another email. So I think that works. The problem is that I am getting 2 of these verify your emails the first time we go through it. And here's why. When I attempt to log in here, so when I create an account, it redirects back to here and attempts to log me in. So it first sends a verify email account from Auth0, and then immediately afterwards attempts to log me in and sends me another verify email account. I don't know if there's a way for me to detect if a verify email account has been sent. Yeah, doing both will help. Yeah, and that's what I recommend for anything like that. Do both. You started doing CS50, but it was just video, not hands-on. You literally roll your own 2FA these days. See, like for production type things, I don't agree with that, but I think that's mostly because it's really easy to mess it up. And so I usually try to like avoid that. Now, sometimes we don't have a choice. The way the course was set up, I mean, I was trying the Harvard CS50. I even tried Replit for a bit. Replit is okay. Oh, Replit. I used to use that all the time as just sort of like a sandbox to do some programming. Your 2FA is used by over 200 million people. Awesome. Well, then that's good. Then you're the person that proves me wrong then. Okay, so let's see. Is there a way in the API, sorry, in the, not the API, is there a way in the data, so the event here, for me to tell if a verified email has been sent? It's like, if I want to do event dot, oh, that's too bad. It doesn't tell me what is inside of verify. Okay, so we need to details about the user and the context in which they are logging in. Okay, yeah, so nothing here has like, oh, that's a walkthrough. I don't want that. Right. Can I find, what is this? Actions event. Okay, event object. Okay, so event authentication. Let's see, authorization, we have client. Now I could store some stuff in metadata, but I don't think that's helpful. Connections, details about the connections used to authenticate the user. Ooh, login statistics for the current user includes the following properties: logins count, number, the number of times the user is logged in. Okay, so if I create if I basically say 0 for this, if I check to see if this is 0, then you've never logged in. Don't send the email because it's already been sent. Yeah, I think that might be it. Work for a company called Orange. We were burned pretty bad by Auth0 back in 2022. Everyone has PTSD from that. Oh, I'm sorry about that. That sucks. Okay, so I think I can check to see the logins count and see like if you've never, okay, so if you've never logged in, unless there's going to be something in API object where I can check to see how many times. Or like when the last email was sent out. No, I don't think that. Okay, so it's actually just actions. Okay, so I want to check. Event.stats.logins count. Okay. So it's event.stats. Okay, so first off, we deny you, and then I have another if statement in here, which is nice. So if events.stats dot logins count, if that's equal to 0. So really, if it's greater, well, no, that's not going to work because you're never going to be able to successfully log in. Wait, post login? I kind of want to try this with something else. Startups should never roll their own auth though. Using Castor and Auth0 is a def right choice. Yeah, and that's the thing for me is like I'm one person. I don't want to roll my own auth. It's not a good idea. Now, if you're larger, a company, definitely you should probably do something a lot more custom to yourself because you don't want to be beholden to like another company. Plus, also they get really expensive, and so like you need to move away from it, which is like, hey, it's kind of like the world we're at right now. We need to bootstrap using something there and available for us, and then we move away from it. And that's fine. Okay, so I want to see. So if we're greater than 0, then I think I want to try to send this because my guess is that every time that I attempt to log in, we get an login account. Even if it's denied? Let's see. I can actually go and take a look for that user. In the GUI. Yeah, logins 2. Ooh, no, that's not going to work. Okay, maybe different question. Can I set it up so it doesn't send a verification email itself and then I'm the only one who's sending it? That would be nice too. Can I do that? I don't see anything in the settings there. Maybe we could just search for this. We can also I could use a little bit of meta. Okay, so we could be setting and retrieving stuff from the user metadata wise. Wait, I can tell when they've been created, can't I? In the event object. If they've been created within the last 10 minutes, don't send the email. Otherwise, do. Created at when the user profile was first created. This could be it. It's a string timestamp. Timestamp. I believe, let's see, it's been a while since I've done anything with dates. So if I do new date, something like that. Yeah, so that actually sets the time based on it. So I could do a new date on this string. To figure out when the account was created at. So if I do something like okay, so created at is now basically right now. It's within 5 minutes or so. And then if I just do I guess if I wait a little bit of time. Replit is really good as a sandbox. They provide free hosting for some projects. Oh, I didn't know they provided free hosting for projects. They are pretty good as a sandbox. Although I found that generally speaking, you don't really need a sandbox for a lot of things unless you're trying to share code. Then sandboxes are really good. Because like as you can see, if I want something like Replit, I just open up a console here for JavaScript, and I've just got it, and it just works. They have a limited CPU for free users, so you can only code but so much, but they do have a lot of tools like AI and Ghostwriter. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I haven't gone there in years, so maybe they have something cool. Okay, so it's been less than 10 minutes, but it's been, I think, more than a minute. So let's create like var now. Okay, and so what I want to find out is the relative difference between these. So if I do something like now minus created at, I just get that. Is that just the number? Is that the number of milliseconds? So if I take this, let's see, milliseconds is so 1,000. So times 1,000 to become 1 second. Times a second, so 60 to become minutes. No, that's divided by. I want divided by. Okay, so it was 1.4 minutes. So I could do this. And then I can check to see if this is less than 10, send another email. I can even say like less than 30 or something like that. I think though 10 would be the safest. And then we can tweak this. So, okay, so now let's now take this back into here. So it's going to be user. So really, I should probably create another function. So we're going to do function should send email. We'll take in the event. We'll return a Boolean. We'll get created at okay, so it's event.user.created at. Okay, so created at, we get that. We want now. Okay, so that gives me now. I want the difference. That's going to be created. Now is always going to be a larger number, so I should do it now minus. created at. And then I want the minutes to be, we're going to take the difference. That's going to be a number. So I want to divide by 1,000. That turns it into seconds. And divide by 60, which turns it into minutes. Okay, so now I have minutes since we sent this. Oh, Coding Train? Yeah, Coding Train has a lot of good videos too. I do know some people who have the ability to teach somebody from scratch. I've done it myself. I used to work as a teacher doing this, so it's more of what people are actually like available and are they still working in that field. One person that I know, he just got a new job to make some money to fund being able to go back and make his own school. So that he's not available for like a year. Everybody else is like sort of in the same boat. I am working on building the LMS up. I want the LMS to be in a good place before I start like creating a here's how to code type code schools. I tell you, Rust, yeah, but you had other experience with other languages, right? I feel like there's a huge difference between teaching like, oh, hey, this is your first experience with a language, and hey, this is your first experience with programming. Those are pretty big differences. But either way, I will take it. All right, so how should I hard code this in, or should I use this as like an injected secret? I don't think I need to inject this as a secret, but I can put this as like a constant up here. So I could do something like const, let's see, minutes, or send verification after minutes, and this would be something like 10. So I want to do something like return. Minutes is going to be, I want, let's see. If minutes is greater, okay, so minutes is greater than that. Okay, so 10, okay, so if their account is 12 minutes old, 12 is greater than 10, so therefore true should send email. If the account is 2 minutes old or less than 1 minute old, then that will be false. We should not send the email. So then up here, we're going to say if should send email, pass it in that event. Now let's send verification email. Okay, cool. So that should work. So if I copy that, and we're going to paste this into our library, because now as far as I can tell, there is no API that I can use to like in CI/CD to update this. That would be really nice. I looked for it, I couldn't find one. They do have a version history, so I can go back to older versions, which is, I guess, nice, but not as nice as being able to like actually host the source of truth somewhere else. I now have two sources of truth. You love my teaching style? It's very friendly. Nice. Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, I do try to be like a lot more positive, friendly, growth mindset sort of oriented, because all the research shows that if there's any kind of fear, any kind of self-doubt, any kind of anything else in the learning process, learning doesn't happen nearly as much. So that's why I try to stay positive for everything. Okay, so this is updated, which means that we can do our test again. I didn't see one. Maybe they do, and I just completely missed it. Or maybe it's in the documentation and I didn't. I searched through their GUI for information on it. Maybe that's what it was. But okay, let's come back to here. So let's log out. We're gonna sign up with a new account. I'm gonna do okay. So we sent account there. If I come back to Mailinator and we go to the T's, I have one email. Perfect. Now, if I attempt to log in again right away, I still have one email. We have to wait for 10 minutes before I click the email to like verify that it still sends it after 10 minutes. So I guess we'll chat or do something else. You know what we can do? We can look for documentation in here. Let's see. Not manage versions. No. Okay, yeah. So this is, I think, what I looked at before. It's like, hey, just go to the dashboard to do this. But maybe there's a completely different API. Okay, APIs, management API. Hooks aren't a thing anymore, right? Like, they got rid of hooks and they replaced them with actions. Okay, so I can get my actions. Okay, I can create an action. Is that the code though, or is that... Oh, just code as a string in there. Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, we could also play Wordle. You know what? I played a few Wordles myself. I am very not good at them. And which I want to say, like, as a kid, I was decently good at Mastermind, but apparently I've lost all that, and I'm terrible now. Update an existing action. If this action is currently bound to a trigger, updating it will not affect any user flows. And so I can send the source code of the action. Okay. Nice. Now, is there like a library? No. Okay. So I can set this up. All right. So let's add into an inbox item. Set up CI CD for Auth0 actions. And we have 3. I have sync users, require verified email, and then the Hasura action. Mastermind. I mean, isn't Wordle just mastermind, but with words instead of numbers? Or I guess it's not numbers, it would be positions, right? Position, like the positions of things. It's been a while since I've looked at that. Okay, ad break is going to start in 5 minutes. Doubt anyone here knows what mastermind is. Yeah, it's sure. Well, no. There's my audience tends to skew a little bit older. So I bet there's plenty of people here who knows mastermind, right? Right? One person? Maybe? I did not start a stopwatch when, okay, so the latest login attempt was 5 minutes ago. Can I see when this was created? Signed up at 8:52. Okay, so they do localize the dates to mine, which is fine. So it's been 5 minutes. We still have 5 more minutes. And we have an ad break. So that's an hour and a half ad break? No, it's a minute and a half ad break. So there's not really much for us to do during that time. We have Zilby hanging out here. Oh, and I changed it. It wasn't right. Okay. It used to be that Twitch warned me that the ads were going to start 5 minutes ahead of time. I think I changed it to it warns that we're going to have ads starting in 1 minute ahead of time. So yeah, that's bad on me. I forgot that I did that. You don't see ads because Twitch is not available in your country. Oh no, I'm sorry about that. Wait. For ads? No, congratulations on that. Sorry that you don't have Twitch in your country though. There's a few countries that Twitch is not in, and the big one they just they've been pulling out of Korea recently. Has that finished yet, or are they still? They're going through a lawsuit right now for that, aren't they? Well, thank you for that. Right now it's I think like just sort of like watching, sharing, and doing those type of things are equivalent / even better than subs. Like, you know, to share it off. They demonetized Korea basically. Didn't they do more than demonetize Korea? They also reduced the quality of the streams too, because it was so expensive. They had to pay. They were forced to pay for the bandwidth that they were using to Korea. Yeah, 3 people from your office that follow me. Nice, excellent. That's really awesome. They can still stream, but get only donations. Basically, oh, nice. Well, thank you. So, like to me, that's amazing. That's because if you think about any type of system that's like a free to play, free to watch, free to learn, whatever, it's I don't like the terms, but the official terms in the industry are you have the free players, you have minnows, and you have whales. The minnows are the people who pay a little bit every once in a while. Whales are who pay a lot. Those are the famous ones, right? Those are the people you hear about, like, oh, they spent like $15,000 on, like, you know, on bits for like a streamer or something like that. It's, to me, the free is like, if you're watching for free and you want to support but you don't want to pay, you can't pay, that's perfectly fine, because sharing things out, talking about it, is perhaps even more valuable than like trying to turn into a minnow, especially if you can't afford that. Because first of all, if you can't afford it, you're gonna leave. I want you to stay here, and like, hopefully it's good for you. But then if you share it off with other people who come in, that increases the rankings and the discoverability across all the platforms. So really growing with more people is an amazing way of like helping any kind of content creator. Whales and Rise of Kingdoms. Well, whales in any games are wild. Yeah, thousands upon thousands of dollars per person sometimes, which really sucks, because oftentimes games and platforms end up catering to the whales, when I believe, and I don't have any evidence one way or the other of this, but I have this feeling that catering to free and minnows are actually the way to go, because you can't control like that you're going to get a whale, but I could like make the experience hopefully good enough to convert into minnows, which is the, hey, you want a course, buy a course. If it's really good, you'll buy another course. Is that going to be thousands of your dollars per year? No, but is it going to be like, if I get enough of you to come in, and if enough of you are like actually feeling you're getting value from it, this, to me, that's a metric that I'm doing a really good job. So that's sort of like the idea that I have with this. Who knows? Maybe I'm just terrible at business, and that's never gonna work. But I'm gonna try it. Or rather, I've been continuing to try it. All right, it is 9:02:54. Okay, so it's been over 10 minutes now since I've signed up. So I should be able to attempt to, first of all, let's come in here and refresh. I still only have one email. I want to attempt to log in again. And I got a second email. Perfect. Okay, so I only got one email, and now if I, so now I'll get multiple emails every time that I try to log in, which is not great, but better than we had before. So now I'm curious, if I tried to log in with, oh no, okay. They finally decided to like stop me from just using their email thing for free. Hold on, I can. Wonder if they IP blocked me, or if they just set a cookie for this. They just set a cookie for that. Okay, and both of the old email verified still works. Okay, that's great. So that's good to see. Now, if I come back into here, we hit login again. We go to you, and I should still only have 2. Perfect. Okay, so I think I've got this working for as much as I can for right now. So I'm going to mark that as done. Excellent. If my site accepts Stripe, I will be one of the first customers. Yes, it actually does. So I have Stripe set up with the LMS right now. We actually have a course available for purchase. So right now, the one course that I have that you can purchase would be SQLX Rust. So like, for example, a learner right here now wants to come in, like I'm selling this for $5 USD. So if you want to take a look, this is all of the articles that you would get if you were to purchase it. And when we go to purchase this, it sends you to Stripe. I just signed up for and I got a PayPal account. So I might also add in PayPal to that too. I need to look into that. I've heard a lot of not fun things about PayPal from a seller's point of view. From a buyer's point of view, PayPal, however, is really nice. So I totally get that. And I know that somebody said that like Stripe wasn't even available in their region. Like Stripe just refused to load up for them. So that's something I need to look into as well. But okay, so that ticket's done. We're good to go. You can go ahead and log out. Let's come back into mobile UI is not great. So if I did put in here. Okay, so we course details page. So course details is not the worst one is going to be the course access articles page. But okay. Course details. So if we come here, if I go to Docker, let's say, this is course details page. Great. Okay, looks fine. Let's actually go into Firefox Dev Edition. And I want to convert you. We've been using the smallest. I guess it's not technically the smallest. I'm using the iPhone 12, 13 mini as my sort of like, does this look good? Because I think this is a decent size. Like a lot of the other ones are actually like either around the same size or slightly bigger. And iPad is the equivalent of a desktop anyway, so I think that's gonna work, but like we'll have to play around with that. Okay, that's a Pro. I want the mini. All right, so this is what this looks like right now. So we have an image, we have our title, we have the cost, we have the description, we have a preview button. Oh yeah, and then this silly thing shows up here, which what do you guys feel about like the footer links? I put the footer links in there because mainly because I'm old school, and in the old days you wanted like the same links in the footer as in the parent, but like I kind of feel with all the social media sites doing infinite scroll and you can't even get to the footer anymore. There is no footer there. I mean, I have this as like part one of the footer, and then I have a bunch of links. Do we care about that? I could also just remove this and we just have the links. To look at you. Let's see. First of all, are you local? Yeah, okay. So I'm using local YCL. So if we head back to here. Okay, so we have nav footer. Nav footer. Here's, okay, so here we're using Bootstrap behind the scenes. So it's like a wrapper around Bootstrap, so I could change that out later. As long as your footer doesn't say made with love, then I can safely say I haven't looked at them things. Made with love was like back in the days, right? I don't know why, but them made with love from Colorado drives me insane. Should I like figure out, like put something in there with like stacking if it's your account and you log in, it's gonna like get as close as possible to that. Like made in love from Colorado just for stacking. No, that'd be too mean. I'm not gonna do that. Okay, so I think it's just this. It's just this. If I remove collapse and navbar collapse, I think I can get rid of that ID too. So if we just remove that altogether. Okay, so I save you. That rebuilds. You know what I can do? I can resize you to be something closer to that. That'll be fine. Oh, you purchased the SQLX Rest course? Thank you so much for that. Just don't make in love with them from New Jersey, and we don't know what love means. I mean, yeah, I guess. Do any of you remember? Does NPM still do this? Oh no, I don't think they do it anymore. So at one point in time, NPM used to have a little subtitle of like that turned NPM into what different names, because like they were saying like we're not like a package manager, so it's like, you know, it just like random words for this. I could do that, but it looks like they grew up and became more enterprise, and so removed all the fun. I made you two go for the course. Oh, I'm sorry. Or congratulations. That's awesome. Anyways, if I don't know how. I want to provide value for something like that. I guess. Well, I mean, you can play around with it. We're still like under construction with the LMS to like make it even better. That was our like sort of beta test of like, hey, do the courses work? And so far, I think they are. Laminox, are you in Discord? In my Discord? If you are, I don't have it automated yet, but I do have a channel for the SQLX course, so I could add you to it if you want. All the links at the bottom of the page are footers, right? Are you talking about in general? Like down here, yeah. So here, this is like, for example, NPM's footer, and we have like, here's like links. They have titles for these. These are not links, but these are all links. Everything below these, including these. So it's pretty standard to do something like that. And now I'm curious, if I make you small, yeah, so they don't collapse it, they just make it vertical, which I think is fine. We can do the same thing. And that's what we want to do. Okay, so back to here. I updated the code, which means I need to come back to the LMS here. Recompile, which should pull in the new changes that we did. Okay, why do I still have this here? All right, so it's no longer inside of the collapse, but I still have you. Which, okay, that's fine. This is it, right? Button, navbar, toggler. Yeah, that doesn't show up, that button. So I don't want you there. Okay, so save you. Okay, cool. So you're gone and you just show up here on the left. And now I can like go to courses. I can go to home. Great. Okay, so I think that looks a lot better. So this makes me happy about you. How do you look like on like an iPad? Okay, that looks fine. And if I horizontal mode this, that looks fine. Horizontal mode you look normal and fine too. Okay, so I think this page is done, which means that I can deploy it. Out of curiosity, do I have the right? Okay, we got production stuff going on here. I do need to deploy YCL first. Let's see. I want to. Maybe make you there. That's a good size, I think. All right, so get status. All right, so we removed the collapsing footer nav. That's okay. That's not a push. All right, so that pushed up. Here is our commit hash. We come over here. Put that one in, save view. So that's now going to use the one from GitHub. So this should still work as expected. Yeah, okay. Not surprising. You're built so I can deploy you now. Okay, so AWS sync. Yeah, I'm still too scared to try my CI/CD because it broke for some reason without me doing anything, which means I think a version mismatch. I have a ticket to fix that, but I've just not gone and done that. Oh, okay, awesome. Lemnox, let me get you set up for that. Do my wave and welcome, and I can add the role of SQLX course. There you go. Yeah, so you should have access to the SQLX course, which I haven't automated that part either, but that I have that thing where it's like it asks in the Stripe page of like, hey, what's your Discord username? And I can use that to say like, hey, let me add that in. Not everybody has Discord. Not everybody even wants to like, talk with anybody else, which like, I don't know, like I prefer the community side of things, right? Like I prefer more community side where it's like, hey, we're all sort of like learning and working together. I think that's like the best way to have any kind of education. All right, so you're good there. Now I did do the upgrade, but that's not there yet. I need, next up is log into my other profile where I have the script to bust the cache. Nice, excellent. I'm glad you're getting so much value out of that, and being able to create a something that makes $200 in profit every month is awesome. That's great. Keep us up to date. Hopefully you're able to like continue to like provide more value and grow and get even better. Okay, so let's see, password. Wait, did I get in here? Who am I? I am in here. Okay, so I want AWS, create the invalidation. Okay, so you're invalidated now, which means that you should now be the brand new CSS that we just did. Now, everything should still look exactly the same here, but when we move to small, everything looks good there, and I actually have a mobile device. And I can test it on here too. Of course, right now, my old Android device is somewhere. I don't know where it is, and it's definitely not powered. So I can't test it on like mobile Chrome, and everything on mobile, I always find it like sort of fun to like tell anybody who's not used to like doing any kind of like mobile dev, that like, oh yeah, you're on iOS. Oh yeah, you just test it with Safari. It's the same engine. Okay, so where am I going? I'm going to learning. And I'm going to courses to go to the course details. Close you up. Yeah, okay. I think this page looks pretty good now. So we can come here. Course details page is done. Your 10-year-old Android? I'd be interested because 10 years old, is that even going to run WebAssembly? Because I do a lot. I sort of do feel decently confident that I can support pretty much the latest versions of browsers. Oh, can. Okay. I don't actually remember when WebAssembly was like actually started to like really get support, because time is just weird now. Ever since the pandemic, like it still feels like 2020 was like 2 years ago. Less than that sometimes. Course access page. Okay, so the course access page. Now, if I go to preview, this is the course access page. We can only get here now because we made updates when we don't own it or we're not logged in. And so as we can see here, this is a mess. This page is not great. So what we want to do is remove the articles on the left and probably make that like a floating bar that like appears when we click a button. Pandemic was the best time for you because you got international job that time because of demand. Oh yeah, it was really good for that. Yeah. It's really sad the way that's sort of reversing right now, and a lot of companies are like doing in the office, and then we're starting to see a big outsource push again into like, okay, we're going to outsource to other countries because they're cheaper. Now I'm talking about like from the United States only. Obviously other countries are, I don't know what like the culture is doing right now for them. Last time we had a big outsourcing push that lasted for 5 years or so before everything came back to the US, because it turns out that trying to like have your main source of income, like the main application you're building, if you outsource that to another country, it doesn't really matter how good the developers are, because there's such a big communication difference, both in time and language sometimes, that can actually really hurt having like a good product and being able to like move quickly. It is good for if you're in a place where you're being outsourced to, now is the time to really like sort of like push to getting a job in the US because now you might be able to do that. And then you can keep that job in 5 years, as if you're able to like keep up a really good communication and deliver super well, then in 5 years or so, when the entire cycle starts over again, it will probably not reset for it. Yes. Okay, it's been another 45 or whatever minutes. So an ad break, and a 1 minute 30 ad break is about to start in less than a minute. I think this time I will take a break because I've been sitting here for a while. I've been drinking my tea. I need to go use the restroom. We need to figure this out because this just makes me sad looking at this. You work for an EU company but follow like Nepal regs, so you get 90 days mandatory holiday. Oh yeah, that's pretty common to when you outsource. I think a lot of companies don't realize this. I've worked with people in Russia, Ukraine, and Mexico, and Brazil, and every time, like I don't think a lot of people really like see that. Oh, you don't see the option to buy the Docker course? Correct. I haven't set that up in Stripe yet because I'm still fixing up all these things, and then once I'm feeling more confident about it, I'm going to add the purchase in, because I don't want people to buy it and then be like, this sucks, and then like have like a bad reputation about that. Okay, ads break just started. I'm gonna take a super fast break. Let's put on a large cat. And I will be right back. I did break the golden rule, didn't I? Well, although I think he was kind of awake already. His eyes were open, but he might have been the catnap without the eyes, something like that. All right, let me back to here. Let's see. You'll buy it because you were in chat when I was making it. Oh yeah, that's the other thing is like I know that there's a lot of people in other countries that don't have the ability to buy these courses because they can be expensive, especially as I start increasing the prices for them. And I've been joking about the free tier type thing of like, hey, I built it on stream. That's a free tier, is like actually being here, or just like sitting through the hundreds of hours. I don't know if it's actually hundreds of hours, the many hours of VODs to watch them. Or you could just pay to not have to go through any of that, and you just have it in a nice format here. And then eventually I want to do sort of like actually like sort of like a live course where we all meet up on Discord, and that one will be the most expensive one because that's like active time. But we're getting there, one thing after the other. Ooh, you will buy. Oh, interesting. I should allow that in here. Okay. Add ability to purchase course, or I guess like as a story, this would be as a learner. I want to purchase a course for another person, another learner. That would be interesting. I know that when CJ did his a React course, there was several people who ended up doing that. Basically, yeah, as a gift. Also, Tea Kettle Drone, hello, how are you doing today? Basically, yeah, as a gift, like you can pay for, like, buy it for somebody else. So I'm not exactly sure how that works. I don't know if like Stripe has something for me, or if I'd have to use like a different service to like really do that and like make sure that it works properly. I'm doing pretty well too. It's a happy Monday, I guess. Time is especially weird for me now that I just never leave the house, because I am fully 100% remote on everything that I'm doing. All right, well, Zilby is now well situated down on my chair. I'm in standing mode, so that's why you can see like the sort of like this chair. I tilt it so that way he's right next to the heater, so that he's as happy as possible. So that's manager Zilby doing his job. You parsed an XML using nom, feeling accomplished. Nice. Nom, I've heard of that. I think somebody suggested I use that a while back. How do you like it? Okay, the nom crate. So it's a crate. For some reason, I thought it was a language. Oh, and stacking. I broke the golden rule by never wait. Yeah. Although he has now learned that when I leave on that break, that it's time for him to get up and he can move to the chair, which I've been sitting on for 2 hours. So he plenty of warmth there. Oh, it's pretty good. Inspired by Haskell's monadic parser, which I have also not used. So that might be all good things for me to play around with. I am going to go close the door because I forgot to close it, and that will let all the heat escape in the room. So give me a second. All right, cool. So back to this. First off, I'm going to go back to localhost, and we need to start identifying what we want to do to fix this. Now, the initial idea that we had was I replace this thing over here with a button, so I can have that load in separately. And maybe we can have this be like, take the full screen when we load it in. So we'll have to figure that out. Now, on the on this page, do I even need an app? If I go like the course articles and I have like a preview here. Yeah, because like we have introduction to Docker, and then I show that this is available for preview. I wonder if I could just put a link inside of here. And then we fix this by just not having you. That might work. So first off, that's actually going to be in here. To go to pages, course, access. Now, of course, I'm not really buying much because I'm gonna have to do the fix in like for the navigation in like the other page too. But if I just remove you, width becomes 12. Then this is just what you show up as, which is fine. And this is what it looks like in full screen, which I think is also fine. Let's see, what am I using for my back end and front end? So for front end, we're writing in U, which is a front end framework written in Rust. It's modeled after React, so it's pretty similar to that. For the back end, we have a couple different things. For authentication, we're using Auth0, and for my API, I'm using Hasura, which is a GraphQL API that's like, it's a project, open source project, which I'm able to self-host, and it sits like between Postgres and my application, and it also handles authentication for that API for me too. So it's more than just GraphQL type stuff. Which is really nice. And it works, it integrates pretty nicely with Auth0. Oh, you remember me too. Thank you. All right. Bad puns aside, having this be centered on like the monitor would be nice. Yeah, should I have this be centered? I have like course articles showing on the left here, which I think is fine. But in mobile mode, this should just be centered. It's like over here, I think it's okay. Here, it's not okay. So that sounds like a breakpoint to do. What I probably want is a breakpoint in my style. I don't have any breakpoints. Don't have a language server for CSS. Or I guess, or for Sass. Would this just be down at the bottom because I want everything loading up and then it overrides and does this down here? Okay, so I think that might be fine. Okay, so breakpoints. It has been a long time since I've done any kind of breakpoints. Oh, Laminox, redeemed hydrate. Yeah, I will continue drinking. And in fact, I am done with that. Which means breakfast smoothie is next. Okay, breakpoints. I want, I need to remember how to do breakpoints. Can I just figure it out in here? I want a new style, which is, see, I think it's like breakpoint. Is it an at? No, okay, this is not helping. Okay, so I need to, oh wait, is it colon? Like, no. Fine. CSS, you win, I'll look it up. Oh, it's media query. It's not. Media query is to set a breakpoint. That's what it is. Ooh, which one should I do? CSS tricks? Probably MDN. They're the like definitive guide to like everything web. Beginner's guide to media query. Sure. Oh, it's at media. Media type is going to be screen. So at media screen. And then media feature rule. Okay, so building this a little bit at a time, we're going to do at media screen. And then we can set, okay, whatever the size is that we're hitting. So, and our max width is, what's the largest of these? 412. Four 14. 428. Okay, 428. And you're a tablet, you don't count. 428, let's just update that to 430. So max width is 430 pixels. Then inside of here, I just do whatever I want. So if I want like an H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. So all of the headers, I then want you to be text align center. Okay, so if I say view, that didn't do anything. No, okay, so hold on. Did I do that wrong? No, okay, wait, it is attempting to line this up. Oh, because I have text align left important. Oh, come on. You recently wrote a small application in 3 frameworks in Python and Golang to see performance. You wanted to create a YouTube video about this, but you're too shy. Any tips? So I guess like tips for something like that is like write the video and try ender gaming it for yourself, as in go in there and like set everything up to like auto record and do all that stuff, but you're telling yourself this is not production, this is not going to YouTube, this is just me practicing, right? And then just try it again and try it and practice, and eventually like, you're knowing you're never going to put it out there, and then eventually just one of the times you're going to put it out there. You're just gonna say like, this is good enough and throw it out there. Because like the first videos we ever do, they're not going to get very many views, most likely, because discoverability is pretty hard, right? Eventually though, they become, becomes much more easy to do. So practice. That's really all it is. Opend, hello. How are you doing today? You like random code stuff? Am I welcome? Absolutely. You are definitely welcome. I am pretty big on the idea of tricking ourselves into like being better than we are afraid we are. I don't know if that makes any sense. But there's lots of little mental tricks we can do to basically bring out the best in ourselves. And I am all for every single one of those. Okay, so you don't work because this text starts. Like, this would work perfectly fine, except for the fact that I have a friggin' important on this. Text, okay, so this is from BB Bootstrap. Bootstrap has tons of importance in there, which I'm not happy about. If I put an important on you, that won't work. Wait, did you come afterwards? Why don't you apply the important? Did I do it wrong with the size? Like if I do 435. No, okay, so it definitely is as soon as we hit 4. Wait. Okay, yeah, the media query is gone. And as soon as I hit 430, this shows up. Okay, great. That's good. The H2 then doesn't hit at all because you're hitting. Text start is on the class itself, and so because of that, it's got a higher cascade value or whatever it's called. So therefore, it takes this one and then it takes this one. If you put important on everything, then everything is important. Yeah, that's very true. That is very true in CSS. And then because everything is important, we need. You know what? I can't wait until CSS adds a rule of like double important. Or I can just do like 2 exclamation points. I'm really curious. Can I make this not, can I remove text start and just, see, I can override this. Because like the BB, am I using this at all? I feel like I'm not using you. Correct. I'm not using. Let's see if I comment you out. I want to import. Okay, so in the same place, it's called BB dash. Okay, so it's called that. Okay, so if I do that, we come here. I remove the important. Error. Oh, error from asset pipeline. SAS call to executable caches dev trunk data. Hold on. Do I need to restart trunk when I'm doing a big change like that? No, same problem. I don't have like a map file, but apparently this one maybe has like a map file next to it and it's auto grabbing that. That's not great. Okay, so I'll have to figure out how to move this to my own later. Can I override that and in here? So can I have like dot text text start just like that? Oh, no, that didn't work. It's okay. So my override did not, it comes ahead of it, but the important screws it up. Not important. Yeah, exactly. Why not use Tailwind? I initially was thinking about using Tailwind, but the designer that I was working with for this and me, like, we ended up deciding just like, okay, we're just going to wrap around Bootstrap, and then I'll move to Tailwind later as I need to. Now, I think this is one of those. Okay, so this is one of those cool things that I can now do with my own thing. So here's this text start. Okay, text start there's left. That's fine. The H2, this has text start. Okay. So now eventually what I can do is I can override text start, like override all these things with like a BB dash, and it'll be my own. And then eventually I can then move to something like Tailwind for this too. Yeah, so I worked with a designer for this up front. And so he gave me a design. I have a bunch of documents for it and everything else. But now I'm just sort of like able to update and do everything with it. Okay, so if I do that, and I want to go into align text, and when I'm doing align text, this becomes a BB dash, like you. We hit save. Okay, you are now a BB text start. Everything now that's there trying to align left, that's great. Interesting. Why? Okay, so I tried putting this at the bottom of the file so that it would affect last. Why does this not take effect and this does? Shouldn't this like be higher on the whatever it's called? the order. I mean, I could, okay, try to override. I can say like, okay, BB text start is actually just center. I could also do something like that instead of just trying to say, hey, all the H1s. Let's see. Oh, that's how it works, doesn't it? With CSS, anything. Oh, ad break starting in less than a minute. Heads up. Anything that is directly affecting is using a class is lower in priority than the CSS that affects a direct element, right? That's how it works. So if I come over here and we say, okay, media screen and max width 430, what if we do, okay, so it's all of you, and then also anything with text start. You know what? No, I really am gonna, let's do it all together. It'll be fine. So, and also text start goes into here. I think I have text, oh no, BB text start. There we go. Now it's centered. That's how I do it. So now we can see that the media screen, because it's targeting this, is now higher in priority than just the one that goes after there, because it hits both the H2 and the class itself, which is nice. Do you have any local crates? I'm thinking about how to manage local crate dependencies on different machines. Yeah, so I have the LMS that I'm working with, the U component library that I'm working with is in a different crate technically, but I didn't deploy it into crate. So it's really just, I'm using a Git essentially as variables. And so what I can do here is I just go back and forth between these two. So if I want the local YCL, it's just this. This is my cargo.toml value for YCL. But then when I want to use the real one, I use the Git, and then it's always recommended to use a rev because it will cache whatever is deployed out there. And so like, even if you've deployed something new, you may not see it affect inside the code because of reasons. I'm really looking forward to when I'm assuming they're working on it. GitHub releases the ability to have a package manager for crates essentially inside of GitHub. So you can have like a private free crates.io essentially for yourself, just for all of your own projects, which I've used in the past for companies that I worked at, which works out really well. Yeah, and this one, I don't believe it actually matters. Like it, as long as it's a proper Git, and as long as you have permission to get it, that's all that really matters. So if this is a private repo, I want to say that there's a way that you can set that up, but I've never tried that, so I'm not sure. But okay, I think, okay, so this works here. So let's commit. Let's see, on the LMS side, we have removed the nav, the side nav. And then for here, we have using own text align. Okay, so 2 commits done. Now we're not finished, obviously we're gonna do this. So next up, these articles, this would be nice if they were 100% size. Now, I might be able to just do this inside of my, okay, yeah, so we have card body. If I just add in card body is 100%. No, that's not where I put it. Oh, maybe it's on card, not card body. That's not where to put it either. Interesting. Oh, because I have a max width in here. I need to remove the max width. I need to remove the max width. Okay, so when I do something like that, max width 430 pixels, because that's what was set up in here. Let's see, I can do root. Okay, so custom variables, base font size, mobile phone width. And I want you to be 430 pixels so I can change this and reference this later. So mobile phone width. Okay, so if I do that, this should still work. And then I want to say, okay, you have view there, and then I want card. We want you to have a width of 100% and then a max width of var mobile phone width. Okay, so if I do those two things, did that work? Success. Success. Okay, it didn't work and I lost the center. Oh, because I can't use a variable. Wait, can I not use a variable in there? Oh, let's see. Media query CSS variables. What is it called? var? Calc. Oh, wait, is it calc, not var? No, it is the var. Okay. CSS native variable is not working in media queries. Okay, I am using Sass though, so I can use Sass variables. Okay, how about if we go to variables? Yeah, so we use root. Okay, so we have to reuse the root pseudo class to make it available everywhere because we love globals and programming. Yeah, and that's how to do it. But okay. So then the next thing would be Sass variables. Oh, my dark mode destroyed this website. Okay, I do this. It's PHP variables $ equals, okay. Okay, so I want to compile these away. So custom variables, so we're gonna add you in here and we're gonna say mobile phone width. Is it equal or is it, it's colon. Okay, you go away. We go to the bottom. And then to use them, it's just, okay, $. So dollar mobile phone width. Okay, so if I do that, are we already back? Kind of. Okay, max width 540 pixels. Okay, we're good to go there. And if we go to card, oh, this has a higher precedent, a higher cascade. How do I want to do something like this? Now I have, okay, so I have a max width on here from a stylist. Do I instead want to put a breakpoint in this stylist here? I might, because you're not doing what I want you to do. Because you're being overridden by the fact that this exists up here. So this got created and then this overrode that. Okay, so if I remove you and we go to card, now how am I applying you? Because I'm just applying this like this, aren't I? That's not going to work. Yes, I'm doing div class. Okay, this class is with style. That just gets set in here like that. Ooh. I don't think I'll be able to do something like at media screen and max width 430 pixels. I mean, we'll try it. Then we're gonna have max width 100%, width 100%. Okay, so if I just do that, yeah, that didn't do it either. Yeah, it's not selecting on this because I need to put it on something above it. The better Owen, hello, how are you doing today? The stream is going pretty well. It's CSS stream really today. So that's always fun. We could do everybody's favorite trick all together. Because everybody loves doing this, right? We're going to add a new div. Everybody's favorite thing to do. And we put in wait, which one was this? This was, oh, this was width style. Okay, hold on. I just want width style goes in here. I wonder if I'm going to need to add everything in. I mean, okay. So here's that new one we created. Max, okay, so we still have the max width here. I'm not seeing... Okay, so you didn't set that up. I am curious if I take this here and we search HTML for you. Here's the stylist. Okay, so we, stylist, max width. Okay, so okay, so I just put this on the medium. And I kind of need this to be on all of them. Oh, I wonder if I want to create another one. Okay, so then that works there. That's great. Repeating that kind of sucks. What happens if I create another one of these and put that in there? I wonder how much, if that will have the same problem that we had previously, or if we'll be okay. So in that case, I want, so if I do like phone style, unexpected punctuation in selector. Can I not? Oh, I do have to wrap it in this, don't I? Unexpected end of input. Expect, I have semicolons everywhere. Do I need a semicolon here? No. Okay, hold on. Apparently I forgot how to use CSS. Because like there's a CSS macro, right? Right? No, I don't need that. Can I just do this? Oh, yeah, that's what I do. Why would I put it there? Put it there. There you go. Okay. Okay, phone style. Phone style goes I will try this here first. And then if this works, I want to move it back down to here and not have a wrapper. Oh. Cannot compile YCL. Oh, yeah. Because that, okay, so we do yet, you're happy, recompile. Okay, and you're still happy. Okay, so I bet that I don't need this at all. We will do width style and phone style. Bam, there we go. Everything's looking good. So now we have all these. They take up the entire width. That's great. I do need to be able to link to the actual page, though, if you have access to it. And I think we can do that with, well, I guess first off, okay, so what have we done? We have updated cards take up full width in small screens. I don't really need to push. I'm not doing anything else yet. That's fine. Okay. I guess also I should double check. This still looks good. Okay, so we've only been working on mobile so far. Coffee, hello. How are you doing today? All right, well, I don't really have anything in the database to write into these yet because we only recently added in the ability to do a description for an article. I do have access to some of these. So what I need to figure out is in the course access page, when I'm creating the article cards data. Okay, so if we have the description, we add this. I also need to check to see, okay, so if let some, actually preview, really, right? It's like if, article preview. Okay, so if article preview is an option bool. Okay, so I do have to do an if let some. Okay, so if ooh, wait. Wasn't there like an if let some and or something like that? If is some and. Okay, so wait, no. Do article preview is some and. First time to try to use this since it's come out as far as we can tell. Okay, so you get a boolean and then I just want to pass in, I just want to return to preview. Okay, so if, right, because like whatever this returns a boolean, yeah, I return a bool from that. Returns true if the option is a sum and a value inside it matches the predicate. Okay, awesome. Coffee, it's a holiday here, so doing pretty good. Working a bit in your hobby programming project, which means troubleshooting Kubernetes for the last few hours. That sounds like a Kubernetes project. So good luck. Hopefully you're able to figure it out before the end of the day. Opened. Hello. Wait, were you here before? I can't remember anymore. No, you've been here for a while. Not to sound too spammy, but what's my take on blockchain? So I think that blockchain is like any other technology. There's it's like a meta technology. So like you could build technologies on you can build technologies on top of blockchain, right? And I think that for a long time, a lot of people, a lot of companies felt that you would get more sales if you just tacked on blockchain, even if it's not a good idea. So people were putting blockchain everywhere, and it got a really bad reputation for that. Now, everybody's moved over to the new hotness, which is AI. So now blockchain, I feel, is sort of like getting there's less people sort of like focused on it that shouldn't be focused on it. So I think now we're probably, hopefully, going to start seeing like actual real use cases for it that are not just like, oh, hey, our thing implements blockchain for no reason whatsoever that would be better served as just a database. So I think like I don't really know that much about blockchain besides like I'm now waiting for like really cool stuff to happen with that space, which I'm guessing is going to take a little bit of time now that we're not all trying to implement it in everything. What actual use case is there for blockchain besides currency? I sort of feel that there's something that we can be doing with some of the smart contract type stuff. But I'm not really good enough at like figuring out what that would be. So I'd be interested. I would be curious to see if anybody figures out that kind of stuff and makes a case for it over just database or code. Would I getting a bit better with K3s and K8s and containerized services, microservices is one of the goals of the project. So it's not like you hate it. Yeah. Like then everything is fine. Everything is working as expected, right? Would you believe me if I said ChatGPT helped me make a new AI bot and a new blockchain? I'm debating if I should open source it. Would I believe you? Sure. Yeah. Like AI can definitely help with that kind of stuff. Can it do things like extremely well right now? Maybe. It's remember that AI is trained on all the data out there, so it can't really innovate on something else. But if they're like, imagine if it's like a regurgitation with potential hallucinations of blog articles. So if it's read every single book and blog article about how to create a blockchain, it can regurgitate that for you with the right prompts. Potentially mixing them up and also just adding in some random stuff that it's also learned along the way too. So it's like, it's one of those things where absolutely, yeah. Can you do it? Yes. Is it something that like people would put like millions of their dollars into as trustworthiness? That's a different question altogether. I guess like the thing about, so the question for open source or not open source really comes down to, do you want people to be able to look at your source code? And that's really what it is. And in it, if you're scared that somebody's going to be able to like recreate the project from that, at this stage of where you have it, that's probably not a concern. For like a company like Microsoft or Google, they have tons of proprietary stuff, which they do believe is fairly difficult to recreate. Therefore, closed sourcing that is the business appropriate response. Well, and I think this is the problem with like, especially in Twitch chat for something like this is it's really hard to make an argument for or against blockchain, or really like most technologies, because it requires a fairly deep dive into like the nuances of like what are the pros and cons of using something like a blockchain for X technology or using any other technology for that. I don't think we're going to be very good at figuring that out in chat, and I'm not good enough to like be able to create a video on that. So maybe somebody can like create something, we can watch it, and like then we can discuss it. But I think we'll just probably go back and forth, right, on it without really knowing, without like making any headway. Also, Banzi, hello. How are you doing today? Okay. If article preview is some and okay, so if you're some and, so we now know that you own it. So I wonder if I can do something like card builder. Oh, ad break just started. I'll probably just keep on working through this. Okay, card builder. Ooh, I could do a link. And I want to set this to, okay, course ID. We have the course ID, right? And then I need article ID, which we have this, right? Article.id. So if I do that, did you finish rebuilding? You did. You're not clickable. Is there anything we're supposed to be able to see with this? Oh, card type. I can set, okay, I can set the card type. So I want that. I don't remember which one was the was the article. Okay. So the other thing, Opend, to keep in mind is that you can always re-close source things again if you don't like it, right? Like if you open source it and you're like, this sucks, I don't like it, or I'm too scared, or just any number of reasons, you can close source it. Heck, take a look at it. Redis just did that, right? Like they just closed source their entire project. So it's if they can do it, anybody can do it. Now, I think a lot of us are going to be biased. A lot of us really love open source type stuff, and just the idea of open source, even if nobody is working on it, even if it's not a community thing, even if it's just private code, I kind of like just working on the open in it. But I am very biased about that, I have to admit. I would say in a worst case scenario, it would be used for an offline internet archive in case many websites went offline for no reasons. Oh yeah, we have litigation on that matter, depending on license, because America. But yeah, there's you can choose licenses. Like there's in GitHub they have like a help me choose a license, and I believe one of the licenses is you're not allowed to use this. It's like at all. It's mine, but it's open. Like you can look at the source code, but you can't duplicate it and you can't use it unless you have like written permission from me, something like that. Oops, Kapoots, hello. How are you doing today? You can't close source it if it has other people's code unless you... Yeah, that's true. If it has other people's code and that code is licensed. So when you... It gets tricky now at this point in time, because when you contribute to an open source repo, generally speaking, your code is being owned by that project now. You no longer own it. It's owned by them. And that also means that they, whatever the license they choose for that project applies to that now code. Like you've given it away. So that's like a... well, I mean, I am not a lawyer, so I could be very wrong on that. None of us are lawyers, so none of us know for sure. I think okay, so it would be the equivalent of we are not employed. Okay, so it's not an employer type thing. We're not paid by them. So there's no like contracts or anything else. If you help somebody write a novel, let's say, because it's copyright, right? So like if you help somebody write a novel, do they have the rights to the paragraph that you helped write on page 243? Or do you have rights? Like in that context, I kind of feel like it's theirs, right? Even if you're not employed by them, right? Like you can argue that they stole your stuff, right? Like you can argue that they have just duplicated something, but if you gave it to them and they have proof that you gave it to them, I would almost imagine that that means that they own it now. We would need like some kind of litigation, a case to happen to set precedent for us to know for certain. You own the bits you wrote and didn't assign to others. When you say assign to others, you mean like, well, I don't know. On a fantasy book, it would be a little odd, but when I take it to a technical book, having someone write chapters about a specific topic, I would see more legitimacy. I guess like I'm thinking about it from the fantasy book angle because it's still all under copyright, right? So like, let's say, let's take George R.R. Martin. Let's say it comes out later on that George Martin had a bit of like a downtime, is like, oh, how do I write this book? And so then called a friend over, and a friend said, oh, here's like a paragraph, and that paragraph made its way directly into the book. And George Martin has it like on recording that this person said, here you go, I give you authorization to use this. Does he now own it? Could he change the license? See, I don't know about that. Like, I don't know if that, because like I don't know enough about copyright law or licenses or anything else. I think that's something that is probably eventually going to come to a head and cause issues. we've kind of already seen it caused issues, right? Okay, so this is my introduction to Docker. I need to figure out, there's a difference between ownership and license to use. It's complicated. Yeah, I think that there's probably something in there. Usually when it's like multiple people are like, oh yeah, it's probably one or the other, it's probably like somewhere in between, or murky because it hasn't been set in precedent yet. Like that could be it too. Is like, it's just, it could be one or the other until a judge rules in some way, and now precedent is set, and then I could argue that it's going to be more set in stone in the future. It could be that too. Where do I want to go with this? I want, right, I'm going to go to here, and I want to find, okay, get course with articles. Okay, so introduction to Docker. Okay, the article named Introduction to Docker here is preview. So I should see, so I would imagine that I could see this here. So what I could do is, I can do some glue console logging. And we can just say, article.title and preview. So if we do that, build failure. Is there a toString on? Why are, okay, hold on. Title. You're a, okay, string attribute. Now, if I do it as stir, that becomes an actual stir, right? Then that makes you happy. Preview is a Boolean. I thought Booleans would be fine. Okay, hold on. If I just do this, you're not happy. The trait bound, okay. That's what I need to do. Okay, so then I can add in preview. You're still, cannot find preview in this scope. Oh, right. Oh, nothing. You didn't hit at all. You're showing. I have no log. Okay, so you're. So if I put you there. There we go. Okay. So you're all undefined. Oh, introduction to Docker is undefined? Oh. That's not expected. You'd open source via GitHub, but the capture system sucks, so it might just open source it via Pastebin. Is some and kills you every time. This apparently, okay, so this article is preview. Introduction to Docker is showing as undefined there, which means you're not preview. You're a none? In the database, I have it set to true, preview true. Okay, so am I setting... Okay, installing Docker is also set to true. And then everything else is set to false, which means that preview, I think, is not being set properly. Preview articles. How do you work? I think, okay, so for this article here, okay, so when I get all data when you first log in or load in, you hit refresh. Yeah, we can also, I can log the object maybe. Maybe. Okay, so get all data goes to here. So we get all the data, which I believe includes preview, and we can go into the database, get all courses, and so we can see here. Okay, so LMS tag, live launches on course articles. Okay, it's under course articles. Yeah, here, preview. Okay, so I get preview here under course articles. And that is actually set as not optional in the database. I don't think. Maybe it is. Now I'm grabbing the preview articles by course, but I also, where am I setting, where am I like actually creating? Okay, so I have API all data in here. Okay, so I have courses. Okay, so course. Okay, so API all data. Do I do like an into in here or somewhere? I vaguely remember I was doing that a lot. Okay, here it is. API all data, courses, all data, LMS courses, and then I do an into collect. Okay, so we're mapping over LMS courses, which that's not what I want. Okay, so courses. Okay, here's the API get all data for, okay, so here's the here's where the into happens and gets set up. We do articles, and then the same thing happens. Article, I believe, is type article. So from get all data, okay, article preview is just always set to none because that's cool. Can I do something like some? API article dot. Oh, because I don't have. I get title ID description here. Okay. I don't have a. I don't have the preview at this point in time because it's on the join table. Which does go into courses. So in course, yeah, so okay, here look, course articles. You are plural. I have to loop through the course articles for this. Okay, so if I were to rewrite this, so API course course articles. So this is interesting. So I actually have it right here. I need to pass in. Okay, wait. Course articles into iterator filter map. BI course articles, article map. Oh, because I go into the article right here. I go into the article. That's the problem. I don't know why it did filter map. I don't think that this map can return. That must return a sum, like an option. What I did, but it doesn't look like a try or something else. That's interesting. Okay, if I just do a straight map like this, I want to return an article. So then we just fill these out, right? So title is going to be course article. Wait, what are you? That's why I do a filter map. So API course articles, article, because then that's a list of things, even though I think it's a list of only one thing. Oh no, it's an option. That's why. Oh, that's why I do filter map, because this map is for an option. Okay, got it. So course article. Okay, so we go to article, we map you. This is the article. I want the article dot title. So if I do that, now this is upset though, because the title is an iString, which means that it must exist. It has to exist. Also in the database, the title is required. It's just that course article is an option into there. So I have to, this is one of those like, should never fail. It's this one. So we want to expect, and we can say missing article title, but like in order to make things work, we'll do an unwrapper default, and then finally an into. Okay, so you're a string at this point. I'm trying to do an into on this to make it be a iString, but why are you upset? Mismatch types expected to struct vec article. Oh, right. Okay, so hold on. Now we have a map. Then we collect you. There we go. Okay, so now you're happy. So I have to do this for all of them, which is really cool. Or we have to update articles. So I have to do an into at this point in time, here, where the map is. Which I think we can do. So wait. So I have course article. I have to pass it the course article. Okay, so article. I have this course article, which I'm using here, and then I have to pass in a reference. This is API get all data LMS course articles. Okay, so if I go to article, import from API get all data course is course articles. Ooh, I wonder instead. Okay, so are you going to be happy with this? Okay, can I say, okay, so articles is going to be like course articles. We turn that into an iterator. We map through these. We have we have the course article. And then we want to turn an article. And then I could do article from for this. So I then do article from. No. Article from course article. Okay, you're not completely unhappy with this, so that's great. Now that okay, so now we have our course article. We now want to return a self. Okay, so title is going to be course article, unwrap or else. Let's do unwrap or else, and I want an this is like a default. So this is going to be if for some reason it can't get the title, if it can't find the article, which should always happen. Oh, an ad break started already? Oh man, the time is flying. Wait. Unwrap or else. Expected an API get all data LMS courses course articles article. What? Oh, right. Okay. Hold on. That doesn't work. I need to map this, don't I? I put this at the very end, so we map you. So we get the article, which is an option string. So I want the article dot title. That gets returned out. I unwrap or else into that. You're going to be upset. So if I do that, then you're both the same type. Mismatch types, expect reference a, oh. Okay, so I can do this as an aster, maybe. Sure. There we go. Okay, then I get into this, and now we're good to go. Okay. ID. So the ID is going to be the course article. So we have to do this for every single one, which kind of sucks. But that's why we're hiding it in here, because reasons. Article ID. And then we can unwrap or I think, and your ID can be like -1 because I think we'll be fine. Okay. Content. Okay, course article. Okay, so you have to go into article. Now with this one, it's going to be a so we map through here to get the article. We then map. Okay, so then I want to get the content, which is an option, and the content here is an option, so that's fine. But I want to, okay, so what are you? You're an option. Map inside the map. Content dot content. Let's do a attribute value from article content unwrap or default. Now wait, I don't have to do unwrap or default because if it's a none, that's fine. Okay. You're upset. Mismatch types expected enum iString. Okay, so standard option. Okay, so we have, I'm gonna use my finger for this one, so sorry. Standard option. Oh, I have too many options. Do I want to filter map this? I don't want to attribute value this yet then. Okay, so that gets me content, which is okay, so that's actually the content, right? So filter map content. The method call chain might not have the expected associated types. Wait, what? Okay, so what? You are a option API, get all data, LMS courses, articles, article content, which I'm getting here. I'm getting that content and I'm returning the content out of this, which should be a string. And then, okay, so this I want to Intuit maybe. Yeah, okay, so Intuit, and then I collect you, which you don't. Oh, I don't collect you. It's just yourself, a mismatch types, expected enum, option. Oh, cool. It put it into a file on my system because the expected type was too big. How does this all correspond to GraphQL? Is this lots of database queries or is it a single GraphQL call or something else? So I do a single, oh, also, hello, Hugh. I do a single GraphQL call at the beginning when you refresh the page or when you first navigate there, and it has all the things in it. And now I'm taking all the things and putting them into objects. Seni Sensei, hello. How are you doing today? Doing good? Excellent. Anyways, Hugh, did that answer your question? Okay, so article, we map content info. So it's like there's a JSON manifest in the page and you extract from that. Yeah, essentially, pretty much. And there's security roles in the GraphQL database side that then grabs and extracts, that only allows you to see certain things. So that's why there's so many options here, is because you may not be allowed to see the content of this. And so like there's options all the way down, which we have to handle because of reasons. This is like the side of web development that makes Rust not so fun to use. Okay, so course article map. I wonder if I should just try to break this out into its own things to extract them. And then I can just pass is an option attribute value. So here we have a course article. Yeah, you know what? Let's actually do that. Let me start over. So first I'm going to start as none, right? Just to make things happy. You are, okay, so I'm also missing preview. So let's set this to false right now, or say none. And description is a none. And those are essentially my to-dos. Okay, what are you upset about? Cannot return value referencing local data, article.title. Oh, okay, so I can't do asster. So I can do... I can do a attribute value from like that, and that should return you. And I do have to do a into on this. Course article moved due to this method call. Okay, so I can do an as ref because I don't actually care anymore, right? So like as ref, we map through this. Wait, do I have to clone it? Attribute value from a reference to a string is not satisfied. Oh, okay, hold on. Can I do an asster here? I can't. I can. Okay, course articles. Okay, so course articles dot article does not live long enough. Borrowed value does not live long enough. Okay, cool. Oh, because then I'm trying to use this here to get, oh, that's fun. So it's like there's a JSON manifest on a page and you extract from that. No, it's not a manifest on the page. The first thing I do is I make an API call to the to our API on top of the database, and it returns JSON essentially. And that JSON is broken out into a bunch of different types that I'm now breaking out further into my own models that I can use locally. Maybe a macro. Yeah, maybe a macro. That would definitely clean things up, although I need to make this work first. Okay, so what if I tried to do this like all separate? So if I try to say like, okay, title. If I try to break these apart, so we do, I have, so the course article, so first of all, what are you upset about? Course article declared here. Did I redeclare course article somewhere else? Hold on, is that what the problem is? Borrow of course articles dot article appears here. Okay, so I want to course article does article does not live long enough. Okay, so what if we let's just redo all of you again. Okay, so we have title, ID, content, preview, description. Okay. You know what? And I'm just going to make you to-dos on all of these. Okay, so starting with title. So I need the article from this. So I guess like we'll get the article from this here. So I want just a reference because I don't need to own it. So course article dot article. Oh, and so that's going to be interesting. Okay, so I don't want to crash. Do I want to if let sum here or let article equals article does not have a default, but I certainly could create a default in here, couldn't I? And then I could grab it okay or default or something like that. So there's some JSON-like data store that results from an API call. Why can't you get the one thingy a part of the JSON blob? So that's what I'm trying to do, except the thing that I grabbed out basically turned everything that can be null from the database into options, which makes a lot of sense, right? And that's where I'm having to deal with here, is like extracting out of there. So it's exactly that. I mean, even if I just do something like this, I just say like, hey, I'm extracting out your article. I have an option here. So if I say, okay, I want the title to be equals to article I don't want to own Okay, can I actually... I do that instead. So I have a brand new option that I own with the reference to the contents inside of it. Better. Okay, so should I guess like at this point, okay, so I want to unwrap that article. Okay, so I want to unwrap the article. The article should never have a problem, right? But obviously there could be. So let's just say like let's article equals this, else we're going to do an early return and return a self so the title would be unknown article title. The idea will make -1, so it can't ever be anything. The content will be a none. Preview will be none. And description will be none. So we do that. Okay, so at this point in time, we have the real article. So now we can say article.title into that got moved. Course articles, article does not live long enough. Okay, so we're just going to clone you. It'll be fine. Okay, article ID. Okay, content. Content is going to be our, let's see, so article dot content is another option. So I have to map through you. Cannot move out of article. Okay, so I could, wait, there's a cloned, right? No, that was something else. Oh, I could, let's see, as ref it here. Cannot move out of article content. Okay, so content, and then we clone you. Because we're in web dev. Yay! Future Highway, hello. How are you doing today? You cannot use as ref an article and then destructure it before the self, so you have to have own values. I don't need a clone. Wait, what? I can, okay, so I don't need asref. Where? So you cannot use asref on article. And then destructure it before the self. So I don't need the clones. So I don't need the asref here, is what you're suggesting. So I take it out. And then I don't need the clones because I own it. It's basically accidentally early optimization. Yay. I don't think I need the asref there then. And therefore I don't need the clone. Yeah, that works really well. Thank you for that feature. Hey, we figured it out, so it's all good, right? Hey, but it's a good idea because I own it when coming into the front, right? The from. So because of that, I might as well just take advantage of the fact that I own it and just go from there. Okay, so I want this to be a sum of a Boolean. Now, if we do course article preview is like that. So I wrap that in a option. Okay, and then finally description. So this is the article description is an option I string. No, but what do I have? You are a option string. Okay, so then I just map into. And then that works. Okay, this now returns the appropriate thing, and now we have it. So now we can come back to the course access page. And this should now have the thing. Do you now show? Yeah, there we. Now we have a link. That takes us to the introduction to Docker. Okay, cool. You're a different type of card, aren't you? You're still a card like that. Your max width. Oh, because I do this link around it. You need to be 100%. 2, which is fun. Okay. I can click anywhere on this card. What I'm kind of surprised about is that there's no title for that. Okay, wait. I don't think I need a special. I don't think I need to set the card type. I think if I just do that. Introduction to Docker, bam, I can click on it. So you're a link. So I can have, I can basically say somewhere like if you're preview or not. Okay, so unwrap our default, and that gives me preview. You know what? This is kind of stupid. I don't like having that be an option here. So let's break things. You're just going to be a Boolean now. Okay, so preview. You're false by default. You're like that. Okay, and now we have errors up the wazoo. Okay. So preview, I don't need this to be like that. We just have you. Okay, so console logging. I don't need to unwrap you. Okay. I don't need an is some and anymore. I just need to do if articles.preview. Like that. Another ad break. Wait, is time really moving that fast? It feels like time is moving really fast right now. Okay, from this, so do I have API article? Correct, I don't have this, so if I don't know, you become a false. I think though that this is gonna be not used eventually. Okay, from insert article, okay, so this will be false again, because I don't have the article coming back. Unless, of course, so API article. Yeah, so you have content that's coming in, but I don't have the article content. Okay, so this is just gonna be false. Okay, API get all LMS articles probably doesn't have this. So this is gonna be value dot. Yeah, I don't have you. So make you false too. Okay, and now we're onto this. Okay, so we have if preview, and so now I don't need that. If article preview. So I don't need this at all because we can just do if article preview. We don't have to do anything special to get it. That's good. We create this as a link, right? Okay, so this becomes a link. I need for the title. That's the description. Okay, so article title. We're gonna do, okay, title is, we're gonna do a format. Article title. Wait, can I do a subtitle in a card? I have a title and a text. With the href text. Oh, so if I do turn it into that other type of card, I can say preview on it. Ooh. Okay, so if article preview, we link to this. And then we do our called builder. Card type. I want this to be a call to action. Okay, so we'll put this back to what we had before. And so now we see, okay, we have introduction to Docker there. And then I want card builder dot href text is going to be preview. So then no. Oh, and I could just do this all in one go. Here. This is being silly. There it goes. Okay, so don't need the card builders on top of this. We just run you all. So if you're a link, you get those things. That did not change. I thought. Okay, so in card. Oh, where's card builder? Oh, card builder is part of card list, isn't it? Okay, so how did I create this? Okay, so we have href text. Okay, so here's wrap and link when I do the internal link. And so that just puts in, but it still has a class card type render, card type render props, okay? So call to action. Self call to action. Oh, interesting. I don't know how I like this. I don't think I like the call to action card. Am I even using this? I don't feel like I'm using the call to action card anywhere. Because I can't put any text in it. It's just a button. That's all it is. The other card is this. And it kind of makes me want to take you, throw you in here, and then just do the same thing where you have like, okay, BB title is the same. We do all that stuff. props text iter, put the text in. Then the only difference is I have this button that shows up here. This was the href. I don't know if they need you. Okay, so now we're going to have that. I'm going to have the description, I believe, if we have one, and then this introduction to Docker text, which that button I'm just using the props title clone, and so what I probably want to do is the href text. Okay, that's good. Do I want that 100% of the width, or do we like that on the left here? Once I have, this might make sense to be on the left like this. Once I have some actual like text in here. So, okay, introduction to Docker. I can update you. Okay, so you're that ID. Mutation, update, article description. Okay, so I want to, okay, so where ID is equal to that. I want to set description to be, okay, so this, all right, so what would be a good description for introduction to Docker? Oh, Prash, hello. How are you doing today? Suggest me technology to learn technology which is future-proof. Unfortunately, there is no such thing. We are moving forward with technology so rapidly recently that any technology will become obsolete eventually. So there is no such thing as future-proof. I don't know if there ever really was in technology. That being said, if you learn a growth mindset and how to do general development in various parts of the stack. So maybe like learning something like React or Angular or Vue, like one of the front end frameworks is a really good choice because you can take information and knowledge from that and then apply it to new technologies as they come out. So it's not that the technology is future-proof, it's you're future-proofing yourself by being able to adapt and learn new things quickly. That's the front end. On the back end, Rust, Go, and Python, and Node are still really good choices to learn. For Node, there's a lot of, I actually don't know any of the good backend frameworks for any of those systems. For Python, Flask or Django, one of those two is probably a good idea. Ruby and then Rails is a good choice. PHP and Laravel. Node used to be Express, but I think that's changed recently, and a lot of people now suggest another framework for the backend. I don't know Go's backend systems. For Rust, Axum or Actix Web, one of those two, and then like that should be good enough information for like then to be able to adapt to whatever new things come out, which they certainly will. Does that answer your question, Prash? It's sort of like a non-answer answer, and then I answered a side question. Absolutely. Feel free to ask away. As long as you don't mind if I'm like, just sort of like working and it takes me a little while to get back to it. Okay, so introducing the Introduction to Docker course. We go over prerequisites. No, we don't go over prerequisites. We just go over community information, along with where to go to get help. Okay, so if I set that, and then I want affected, inserted rows. Okay, give me that. There he goes, affected rows. So I can run that. Name, syntax error, name found, end of file. Okay, that's not great. What did I do? Okay, so I have the where. I have the set, introduction. Why are you upset? Okay, so hold on. I can show you what I'm trying to work on. So I'm trying to write this. So I get this expected name found in a file. So mutate, update, article, description. I want to update LMS articles where ID is equal to that, set, description is this. And then we open up U. And then I want to return this. Do we do not get that? Okay, we have an error. Expected name found close. Okay, so I want I have to returning. Okay, give me a returning and title. That's what I need. Okay, cool. So cut you out, paste you back in here. Okay, well, I forgot the other where, which was, wait, did I set that where just, oh, it changed on me. I had a where ID and then it changed it to description is null true. So that's cool. So if the description was not set, it's now been set for everything. Cool. That's awesome. Love to see it. But now we now have the description of the article and this. I think that looks pretty good. And then this is what it's going to look like if we don't have access. So that's good. Okay, blockchain or cybersecurity, because you're afraid of AI dominating right now. So here's another question. If you're afraid of AI dominating, why is blockchain or cybersecurity any safer from AI dominating? Because I've not ever heard anybody giving like a valid reason of why, like, if AI is going to take over development jobs, why would the adjacent developer jobs of blockchain and cybersecurity also be safe? That doesn't feel true. I feel like those jobs would, if developer jobs are going to be taken over, cybersecurity and AI will also be taken over. Or sorry, cybersecurity and blockchain will also be taken over. Look, your live will be better, okay? This also isn't what I wrote down, is it? Oh, it is what I wrote down. What this are, article, yo, okay, come on. Who really cares about spelling? Nobody cares about spelling. I should just change the entire course to be emojis and memes. All right, well, I might as well not even have a where statement anymore because oh, I need to have a where. Okay, so where sure, description is null false. Okay. Your life will be changed for the better. You won't even need to do dishes after learning what this article wants to teach you. Okay, I need to update this to like I need to fix those. Okay, but I think it looks good. And we could go all the way down to the bottom and then we get that. Okay, perfect. I think this looks great. And if we come over here, this is what this now looks like. That's a little bit weird, but I think it's because of the extra lines here. Can we fix this? It's the card. I have a margin bottom, which is working here, but not working on these. What's wrong with, what's different with like you? Oh, because it's on card body. Wait. Card body has a padding at the end. Okay. Card doesn't. Oh, it's because of the A tag. You do take over this entire space, don't you? Okay, out of curiosity, if I move the A tag inside of the card, what happens? So that's the call to action one. Oh, but it's wrapped in link. Oh, I don't need to wrap it in a link. Wait a second. I don't need to wrap it in a link. We have a call to action. Okay, so if I don't need this to be a link anymore. Oh, that becomes like an external one, which is that's not what I want. That's why I had the link. Oh. I really want this. Okay, so you're just a string. Okay, so I have on click, button style, debug name, props. Okay, I catch when I unclick it. Which then becomes this. Oh, I then emit out a callback. Oh, so I probably don't want a call to action. I want a link at the bottom or a preview or something like that. I mean, I could give a color to the card, but nobody's going to know what color means. I could put preview in the title, but I don't like that either. I could have a subtitle, which I don't think we've done before. I do like the button there. I do like the button. Hold on. So in button, oh, we could do a button type. Hold on. which is either button or a link, I think. Oh, and I can do a button style. Okay, so if I do button type, oh, that's my choice. Button type. Okay, so it's not button type, it's button style. It's button style text. Which, yeah, you are button underscore style. Okay, so if I just change that, you're upset because I didn't put you in the right place. Yay! Oh, another ad break just started. So it's been another half an hour or so. Time is really flying. It's all, yeah, it is 12. Okay, you're working. So if I come back to here, we resave you. Wait. Okay, so I don't want the style to be, I want the button style to be an actual button. I want it to be a type link. There's something we can do with buttons to make them links in oh, what is it called in for screen readers? It's MDN button type. Can I say link? Oh, literally, this is the only choices. Okay, so the suggestion from what I read here is that if your buttons are not for submitting form data to a server, be sure to set their type attribute to button, otherwise they will try to submit. And then if I remember correctly, down here it said, buttons that only show an icon to represent do not have accessible names. Accessible names provide information. Okay. Put the text in the button that concisely describes the button's functionality. Okay, so that's what we should do. So in here, first off, okay, we took you off. Come back to here. I want call to action is fine. The href text will be preview the preview the article. which then sends you over, right? So now we have preview the article. Now, when I click this, nothing happens, right? Because you're just sitting here doing that. So I need to on click, grab this out. How is that working? So notice the buttons for preview appear at different levels in their respective courses. Here's an alternative. No button, but the course title links to the preview. Ooh. With the course title links to the preview. Well, okay. So that works too. The button I kind of like. I kind of like the button because it gives like this thing of like, oh, this is preview. The other way, I need like I still need some way to say like, hey, this is preview, go ahead and click this. What if, however, I move the button to on top? So I say BB title. Okay, so we have our title, we have our horizontal rule, and then we do this, and then we have the description. So now that the now the buttons will be up here. Oh, but I guess this is still going to be different because depending upon how these. Okay, so what if I put them above even the title? And I put them there. What do you think? I don't like it. What did I do previously to make this all the same size? Okay, this is all still inside of the card body. So that makes sense, right? What if I put you outside the card body? So what if I do something like this? We have a fragment. There we go. Now you're at the bottom. Okay, so now you're consistently at the right size. That's good. You're set to be 100% width now. Oh, because I think that's the default, is your 100% width. I don't like that for this size, but I think there's a button size property we can do. Because I think in here in button, oh, I don't have a button size. We have a style. Oh yeah, that's it. What do I want to do for button size? I mean, I could just give it a padding, which would be in the card, I think. Where on the button, I can say, I think it's classes, right? Yeah, classes. Let's see, margin, no, yeah, margin Y, like 2. I thought it was NMX, but, or an NMY, but apparently not. Is it M? It's not MY like that. Is it like MY2? No. Because if I do margin top, yeah, that's at okay, that. Oh, it's not left right, it's margin like left right. So if I do left, margin X2, that's what it is. Margin X2, not Y. Margin X, if I do something like 4, that shows up like this. And then I probably also want, oh, why is the up and down, isn't it? But that's top and bottom, like MB. It's like, then I want MB like 2. Yeah, that gives a little bit of space down here. I think that's good. So I like this. How do you look in here? Not bad, not bad. Okay. And then more importantly, if I click it, nothing happens. That's not set up yet. Okay, so on the card, when I do an on click, it comes to here. So we have a call to action, and I emit out the props on click. Okay. What, however, if I tell you where to go? So what if I have like a pub call to action internal route, which would be the type T. You're going to have to be an option. Like that. Okay. So we don't need you, but in here, I have access to props. So that's good. Okay, so we go to onClick. That goes into here. I want I'll keep it as the option, but I need to clone it, right? So let okay, so that call to action internal route, that's an option. And so here we'll emit out if we don't have a route, otherwise we'll go to the route if we do. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. Wait, can I do that? I don't think I can route this. I don't have a navigation. Yeah, we have I can't promise that we're going to have a navigator here. So I need to admit this route. Okay, your T is a routable plus static. What if I make... It's like I almost want just like the call to action data, and you're going to emit that out when you get emitted out. I'm actually just curious now, where does this go? Where does our on click happen? Because is that, let's see. Yeah, okay, so props on click. So that is when the button gets clicked. This emits out from card, but that goes to card list is holding this. Ooh, I have an on action. That's probably what it is. On action. Pops it on action. Okay, so on the card. On click. So this is just card data on click. Oh, card data on click. Okay. So it's each one gets to do it. So, okay. I see this now. So we'll do if article preview on click. This takes in a callback. So I have to callback from we don't care what you are. And we do that, okay? Declare type. Okay, import you. You're okay. So yeah, that's exactly what this is. So I want. I know exactly what this is. So this isn't the best because I'm creating multiple articles in here, but I can. Okay, so if I get the article ID like that, I also let course ID is just simple things that should move in just fine. Okay, so I want to move us to the proper place now. So this is going to be navigator. We're going to push the routes. I want to go course access article. We have the course ID and we have the article ID. Okay. Expected unknown found routes. Wait, oh, right. It's that. Move. Cannot move out of navigator. Right. Okay, so I have to clone the navigator, and then I have access to that. Okay, great. So theoretically, now if I come down here, preview the article. There we go. Now we're in the article. Excellent. And I can click everywhere else and it's just fine. So that's good. Now I can preview the article. So this is introduction to Docker still, and installing Docker takes me to installing Docker. Perfect. Exactly what we wanted. So that's good. Okay, so if this is looking okay, I kind of want to push this all up and see if it breaks everything or if we're screwed. So test in production, right? That's what they teach everybody at schools. Oh, and that won't work. I need to push this up first. All right, so this is like positioning and setting up call to action cards. Okay, so that's you. Okay, so that rebuilds. You'll be fine. I need to sync again. Okay, and so now if I go to this page, we hit refresh, this should look so much better. All right, here we go. So introduction to Docker, we have you. I can preview the article. That's great. It takes me to the right URL. Everything is looking good. Okay, and then I also want to verify that I didn't break everything else. Okay, everything is looking good so far. And there, okay, perfect. I don't always test my code meme. Yeah, we always test our code. It just sometimes we only test it in production. Sometimes we also choose to test it in other places too, besides production. Okay, that's good for that. Let's also test it without this. So these all look good still. Courses, Docker, you look fine. Go there and looks fine. Cool. Okay, so now if we look at you, course access page. All right. It is 12:30 and my brain is feeling it a little bit right now. The last part of this is going to be the course access article page, which is this page. This is the last sort of page that any normal learner can go to. And this is obviously, we're going to need to make this work. We're going to have to figure out something to do with the course nav, where to put that. We can throw it inside one of these hamburger menus and have that appear, and then have it be like full screen. I'm not really sure what I want to do for this, or like where to go. We'll have to decide that tomorrow. The other thing that we're thinking of is maybe make it like slide off to the right, or maybe just disappear and show up, or maybe float over everything else. I don't know. I think there's a lot of different options for us. Do you have a video sample option? Courses 20 parts, three parts have sample segments. I believe, let's see, this one does. The installing Docker has a video sample option. Okay, so I think we're good to go on this, and I think I am probably going to call it for a day because, as I mentioned, my head's feeling a little bit fuzzy, and I don't want to tackle that next big thing right now. So the plan is that I'll be here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock Mountain Time, which is GMT minus 6 right now, I think. So same time that we started today. And we'll be probably working about the same time until around this time to hopefully finish up this ticket and continue on moving on with the other one. This is our beefiest one, but I like things are looking really good. I'm liking how it's working, and I'm looking forward to having a mobile friendly LMS. So let's see. Time in London is 19:28. That is, let's see, right now it is 12:29. So what is that? 12:19. So 7-hour difference. So when it's, let's see, and then if I go back to when I started, so at 8, it was 4 hours. We did like what, 4.5 hours today? Yeah, 4.5 hours. So basically 15 something, like 15 o'clock or so is probably when I'll start in London time. Let's see, I think that's going to be it for right now. So I'm going to go ahead and call it for a day. I think I already did my outro. So with that, everybody, I hope that you all have a great rest of your day, and I will see you tomorrow or whenever online. Have a good one, and bye.